Senator Murray and I worked as a team, provided leadership, consulted with the members of our Senate Appropriations Committee. Each of us worked so hard to report 11 of the 12 bills with overwhelming bipartisan support, including 6 which came out of our committee unanimously. Unfortunately, these bipartisan bills languished on the calendar for months, never being brought to the floor for consideration. This decision by the then Senate Majority Leader denied senators the opportunity to debate and amend our reported bills, and denied the House and the Senate the chance to go to conference and work out the differences among the bills. Similarly, attempts since January by House Chairman Tom Cole and I to reach agreement with our Democratic counterparts regrettably were not successful, despite my making 5 good faith offers. Now, Madam President, that opportunity is gone. A year-long CR is by no means my first choice, but our focus now, given where we are, must be on preventing a government shutdown. For the most part, this is a straightforward CR that simply continues fiscal year 2024 funding levels. Now, it does include, and this is important, a number of needed anomalies that are aimed at addressing pressing needs. For example, the CR realigns funding in the appropriations accounts for the Department of Defense to meet current global threats and cover the cost of pay raises for junior enlisted personnel. It provides increased funding for housing assistance and for what is known as the WIC program for women, infants, and children to maintain support for these vulnerable families. Within the Department of Homeland Security, the continuing resolution includes targeted increases to support ICE operations, avoid furloughs of TSA airport screeners, and to fund much-needed pay raises for members of our Coast Guard. It also includes increased funding for the FAA so that more air traffic controllers can be hired to make our nation's airspace safer. Madam President, we can delay no longer. It is essential that the continuing resolution be adopted today in order to prevent a harmful government shutdown. I urge its adoption. And Madam President, let each and every one of us here commit to working together on the FY 2026 budget so that we enact appropriations bills prior to the start of the new fiscal year. Thank you, Madam President.
Madam President.
Senator from Washington.
Thank you, Madam President. And I ask unanimous consent to complete my remarks before the vote.
Without objection.
Thank you. Madam President, I have made no secret of my opposition to this bill. For weeks, I have been warning about the real dangers of a year-long CR like the one that has come before us from the House Republicans. But before I talk about those dangers and why I will be voting no on cloture and on final passage, I want my colleagues to hear what I have to say. But I do hope that they've joined me in voting no. I want to talk for a moment about how we did get here, because I fear some members of Republican leadership may need a history lesson. The fact of the matter is, the only reason we are staring down a shutdown deadline halfway into this fiscal year is because the House Republicans decided to kick the can down the road with a major punt, and because they have repeatedly walked away from the table. This is just the historical record. We were all here for it. We saw what happened. Perhaps it's worth ticking through it once more, because I'll admit it can get easy to lose track of all that has happened over the last few months and just how many times House Republicans made a deal just to break it in recent years. So I want to give a refresher. It's been a while as my time as a preschool teacher, but I guess school's back in session. Because I'm not going to let anyone get away with ignoring how Republicans forced us to the edge of a shutdown today. Remember, last year, after a bruising FY24 process in which House Republicans made one ridiculous demand after the next and caused one delay after the other, as Appropriation Chair, I worked hard alongside my colleagues, including Senator Collins, who's here today, within our committee to write and pass serious bipartisan spending bills for this current fiscal year. It was no easy feat. We had less resources at our disposal to make use of, and we had even more challenges to address. But we managed to work together, Senator Collins and I and our committee members, and we cleared all of but one of our bills, overwhelmingly in committee, and many of those bills cleared on unanimous votes. Then come November, after the election, I was pushing very hard to get our funding bills done and wrapped up by the end of the year. My Democratic colleagues and even many of my Republican colleagues wanted to get that done. But Speaker Johnson and Trump chose to kick the can down the road. They chose to. Trump reportedly wanted to make sure his fingerprints were on our spending bills for this fiscal year. And the Speaker not only wanted to, of course, please Trump, he was worried about how a messy funding fight might complicate his path to becoming Speaker again. So the decision was made, and Speaker Johnson punted from December to March. Then we negotiated a bipartisan CR to fund the government through March 14th today. Along with that, we passed a disaster relief and we extended critical laws. And we reached a bipartisan, bicameral deal, and then House Republicans walked away and blew that deal up at the last minute. Why? I'll tell you. Because the richest man in the world sent a bunch of completely inaccurate tweets. And instead of saying, you know what, actually, Elon, you have no clue what you're talking about. These are programs that help my constituents. House Republicans said, let's put this guy in charge. They killed that bipartisan agreement, rolled out an altogether different bill not long thereafter, and punted on government funding. That is what happened. And that is essentially what they have been doing ever since, cheering and clapping as Trump and Elon got basic facts wrong, broke laws, blocked funding that our communities needed, dismantled entire agencies, fired veterans, shuttered our Social Security offices, and break government to enrich themselves. And while Trump and Republican leadership were fixating on whether they pass one bill or two for their plan to cut health care for kids, to pass more tax cuts for billionaires, a fast approaching deadline was on its way to us, one that's here now. For the next several months, Madam President, I have remained at the table, ready to negotiate funding bills. My Democratic counterpart in the House, Rosa DeLauro, and I never left the table, not once. We made an offer after an offer, as did our Republican counterparts. My top priority has been and continues to be doing what we do every year, which is passing full-year funding bills with the detailed directives that we include in our spending laws every year. I have wanted to make sure we continue to provide those and make sure that our constituents' voices are heard. They're heard in federal funding, which I have to say this CR fails to do. Instead of working with us in good faith to fund the government in a bipartisan way, Speaker Johnson and Republican leadership walked away and started working on a Republican funding bill without an ounce, not an ounce, of Democratic input. I remained at the table. My counterparts on appropriations and I continued to talk to keep the ball rolling. But by the end of last week, for all intents and purposes, we had an agreement on top-line funding. But the call had been made. The call had already been made. Johnson was in on it. Trump was in on it. Russ Vought was in on it. And Johnson decided, instead of talking with Democrats, it would be easier to have Trump get on the phone and scream and bully House Republicans into submission. He figured if outright intimidation from Trump was enough to convince every Republican to vote for a budget resolution that will cut Medicaid for seniors and kids, then it might also be enough for them to pass a Republican CR, especially if Trump threatened dissenters with political retribution, which of course he did. And that is the bill they rolled out on Saturday and passed earlier this week. Now, as I have laid out in depth, the year-long CR House Republicans sent our way hands a blank check to Elon Musk and Donald Trump to decide how our constituents' taxpayer dollars get spent, all while cutting the funding working people count on each and every day. It is anything but a, quote, clean CR. What Republicans are pushing here is not a continuing resolution. In this case, CR stands for complete resignation. Because what Republicans are doing here is ceding more discretion to two billionaires to decide what does and does not get funded in their states. It is a power grab CR. But not only that, it does make serious cuts to domestic funding. It leaves our working families in the dust. We are talking about a nearly 50% cut to life-saving medical research into conditions affecting our service members. It is a giant shortfall in funding for NIH. It is a massive cut in funding for Army Corps projects and $15 billion less for our domestic priorities. Madam President, this bill will force Social Security to cut staff and close offices and make it harder for our seniors to get the benefits they spent their careers paying into the system to earn. It creates a devastating shortfall that risks tens of thousands of Americans losing their housing. So this bill causes real pain for communities across the country. And let me be clear, this bill empowers Trump and Musk to pick winners and losers. And I guarantee you they will not only go after Democrats. Inexplicably, House Republicans are saying, give Trump all this power or we'll shut down government. Well, let's be very clear. That is and always has been a false choice. The reality is there were other options House Republicans could have chosen, but they chose to pull out of bipartisan negotiations and send a deeply partisan bill here to the Senate today. Democrats did not have an ounce of input into writing this bill. And now House Republicans expect us to support it? That makes zero sense. Let me be clear. In my time in Congress, never, ever has one party written partisan, full-year appropriations bills for all of government and expected the other party to go along without any input. To my colleagues here who want to pass individual appropriations bills in a timely manner for next fiscal year, how are Democrats supposed to trust those who they will be in good faith, that they will be talking to us in good faith negotiations? After we did the hard work of negotiating overwhelmingly bipartisan appropriations bills last year, only for us to see this today from Republicans in the House. Only for Republicans to now say, swallow this partisan House Republican CR, or it will be Democrats that are shutting down the government. Madam President, that is a false choice and one we cannot accept going forward. When I cast my vote today, I am representing nearly 8 million people in Washington state. And in this democracy, their voices count for something. So you better believe I am not handing over my vote in exchange for nothing. The choice is not a government shutdown or passing a bill to write a blank check to Elon Musk. It is not, that is not how this works. On Monday, I rolled out a clean 4-week extension to prevent a shutdown and to keep government funded while giving us the time to hammer out a bipartisan agreement. We could still pass that right here, right now. If any member has any suggestions on what they want to see in the CR, I am all ears. Now, House Republicans may have already left town, but I'm pretty sure they know how to get on a plane. That's their job. Show up and vote. The bottom line is this bill will mean more pain and chaos for our country. I cannot support it. And please let's remember, Republicans control the House, the Senate, and the White House. If you refuse to put forward an offer that includes any Democratic input, you don't get Democratic votes. That's on Republicans. If you don't get any input from Democrats, it's a Republican vote. A shutdown is on Republicans. The American people rightly understand that Republicans have pushed this country towards a shutdown. They do understand that Donald Trump has created a massive economic uncertainty and is putting us on track for a Republican recession. With his indiscriminate layoffs, his illegal funding freeze, his incoherent trade war, and now by threatening a Republican shutdown. Democrats did not write this bill. We did not have any input. But if we had, we sure wouldn't have handed over more of our power to 2 billionaires. You can bet we would not have cut our domestic investments by billions. Democrats did not write this bill. But if we did, we would have protected our public schools. Democrats did not write this bill, but if we did, we would have put our veterans first. And you can bet we would not have prevented the District of Columbia from spending its own taxpayer dollars and be forced to lay off police and teachers. Democrats did not have any say on this bill. But if we did, we would have protected our public lands and your health care and life-saving cancer research. So I hope my Democratic and, yes, my Republican colleagues as well will join me on voting no on this bill and swiftly passing a 4-week extension so we can hammer out a better bipartisan solution. I am voting no because my constituents should have a say in how their tax dollars are spent. I am voting no because Congress, each one of us, not Elon Musk, should decide which schools or which hospitals get funding. I'm voting no, and I hope my colleagues will join me. And before I close, Madam President, I want to say to my constituents who are frightened and scared, I understand your fears. Some days I share them, but your voice matters. Speaking out matters. You elected me to be your voice, and you better believe I will keep fighting for you. So shoulders up. Keep the faith. We stand strong, but we do not stand down. We're going to keep fighting for the America we love. Thank you, Madam President. I yield the floor.
Senator from Mississippi.
I ask unanimous consent to speak for up to 5 minutes prior to the scheduled roll call votes.
Without objection.
Thank you, Madam President. I have the greatest respect for the previous speaker and also for the distinguished chair of the Appropriations Committee. If she gets her way this afternoon or later tonight, the government will shut down. We'll have to call the House back in. It will be a long period of uncertainty and a shutdown, and that's the choice we're faced with. The Speaker of the House has been faced with a very, very slim margin in the House of Representatives. He's had to do a deal that none of us likes, but he's decided that we have a responsibility to govern, and the better choice is to keep the government open. The previous speaker has had 6 months to try to negotiate the deal, which she says we can do now in 30 days. It's not going to happen. But we're here to make tough choices. Today, Senator Collins and I and others will make tough choices. We don't like the choices before us, but that's the way you have to govern. But let me talk about an easy choice that the Senate will soon have to make, and that is the nomination of Mr. Stephen Feinberg, President Trump's choice to serve as Deputy Secretary of Defense. Here's the reason it's going to be an easy choice for us in just a few moments. He was reported from the Armed Services Committee by an 18-9 vote, a bipartisan, overwhelming vote, and he'll do a good job. The Secretary of Defense focuses on policy, on the overall policy. The Deputy Secretary of Defense, the position that Mr. Feinberg will hold if he is confirmed, as I'm sure he will be. This person oversees the day-to-day operations of the vast Pentagon by leading its budget process, managing its people, and driving crucial internal reforms. Steve Feinberg is the exact person for this. Now, under normal circumstances, the Deputy Secretary of Defense requires exemplary skills in management, budgeting, and problem solving. But today's extraordinary environment requires even more of that, a manager of the highest caliber in that role. And so let's look at just 2 or 3 items from Steve Feinberg's resume. He's been founder and co-chief executive officer and chief investment officer of Cerberus. He's also founded and co-founded other Cerberus affiliates and Cerberus funds. He's managed separate pools of capital for Gruntel and Company, and he's also had high responsibilities in Drexel, Burnham, and Lambert. He knows how to manage huge billion-dollar operations and to manage people. He's also a perfect person for this role. He's well-spoken, he's calm, he's understated, he'll be largely invisible, but he is the man to help us rebuild the military, reform the way the Pentagon does business, and turn this unaudited Pentagon bureaucracy around. He will get a resounding bipartisan vote on the floor, I predict, as he did in the committee. And I congratulate the president on this nomination and on the bipartisan vote that we'll soon get, on a vote that is relatively easy compared to some of the harder votes later on today. And I yield the floor, Madam President.
The question occurs on the nomination. Is there a sufficient second? Appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
You were running. Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Ms. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins, Mr. Coons, Mr. Cornyn, Ms. Cortez Masto, Mr. Cotton, Mr. Kramer, Mr. Crapo, Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Betterman. Mr. Betterman, Mrs. Fisher, Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono. Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Langford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Markowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Resch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina.
Those are like the statements here for signing stuff.
Mrs. Shaheen. Ms. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin.
But we'd still have to do all the steps before you file the budget. But if you wanted to, you could have that. You could do the
Ms. Smith.
then you just have it on your
Mr. Sullivan.
and then you don't have to do it, but then I'm like, if voters and vote, blah, blah, then you just do it.
Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative: Budd, Cassidy, Haggerty, Marshall, Moody, Murkowski, Paul, Scott of South Carolina, Sullivan, Tillis, Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Baldwin, Hassan, Heinrich, Kelly, King, Lujan, Markey, Padilla, Schatz, Smith, Warnock, Whitehouse, Wyden. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Sheehy, aye. Mr. Welch, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Moreno, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Ms. Hirono, no. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, no. Miss Ernst, aye. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Ms. Collins, aye. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Kane, aye. Mr. Blumenthal, no. Mr. Langford, Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Crapo, Mr. Crapo, aye.
That's right. That's right. Yeah, you won't see. I'm kidding. Yeah, yeah, that's right. That's right. Yes, sir.
Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Mr. Johnson, aye. Ms. Blunt Rochester. Ms. Blunt Rochester, no. Mr. Thune, aye. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Mr. Cornyn, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Ms. Lummis, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Durbin, no. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mrs. Murray, aye. Mr. Kim, Mr. Kim, no. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Mullen, aye. Mrs. Britt, aye. Mr. Peters, no. Mrs. Murray, no. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Graham, aye. Ms. Cantwell, no. Mr. McCormick, aye. Mr. Ship, no. Mr. Risch, aye. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mr. Schumer, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Mr. McConnell, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Mr. Ossoff, no. Mr. Lee, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Kennedy, aye. Mr. Coons, no. Ms. Cortez Masto, no. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Warner, Aye. Ms. Klobuchar, Ms. Klobuchar, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Mr. Cruz, Mr. Cruz. Aye. Ms. Duckworth. Ms. Duckworth. No.
The yeas are 59, the nays are 40. The nomination is confirmed. Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table, and the President will immediately be notified of the Senate's action. Under the previous order, the Senate will resume consideration of will resume legislative session and resume consideration of Senate Bill 331, which the clerk will report.
Calendar number 18, S331, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act with respect to the scheduling of fentanyl-related substances and for other purposes.
Majority Whip.
Madam President, I ask unanimous consent that the order of yesterday be amended so that the committee report the substitute amendment of S331 be agreed to with all other remaining provisions in effect.
Without objection. Under the previous order, all post-cloture time on the bill is expired. Amendment number 1237 is withdrawn. The committee reported substitute is agreed to, and the clerk will read the title of the bill for the third time.
Calendar number 18, S331, a bill to amend the Controlled Substances Act and so forth and for other purposes.
Is there a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Ms. Blunt, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, thank you, Mr. Booker. I got you, Sheehy, Mr. Sheehy. Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Got him. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty. No, you better not. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono.
Madam President.
Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Blumenthal, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Cornyn, Cruz, Curtis, Durbin, Fetterman, Fisher, Gallego, Graham, Grassley, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hoeven, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kane, Kennedy, Kim, King, Langford, Lujan, Lummis, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Marino, Mullen, Murray, Ossoff, Risch, Schmidt, Sheehy, Smith, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Warner, Whitehouse, and Wicker. Senators voting in the negative: Blunt Rochester, Booker, Duckworth, Padilla, Sanders, Schiff, Van Hollen, Warren, and Welch. Mr. Peters, aye. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Crapo, aye. Mr. Bennett, aye. Mr. Ricketts, aye. Ms. Ernst, aye. Mr. Coons, aye. Mr. Paul? Aye.
It's on tape.
Ms. Hassan, aye. Ms. Collins? Aye. Mr. Cotton, aye. Ms. Cantwell? Aye. Mr. Rounds? Aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Schatz, aye. Mr. Bozeman, aye. Ms. Rosen? Aye. Ms. Klobuchar? Aye. Ms. Hirono? No. Ms. Slotkin, aye. Ms. Also Brooks, no. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Ms. Baldwin. Aye. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Warnock, aye. Oh, I'm so sorry. Mr. Warnock, no. Aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Kelly, aye. Mr. Reed, aye. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Schumer, aye. On this vote, the yeas are 84, nays are 16, and the bill as amended is agreed to. It's passed. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
On this vote, the yeas are 84, the nays are 16. The bill is passed, as amended is passed.
And then number 4, please.
President.
Under the previous order, the motion to reconsider is considered made and laid upon the table.
Mr.
Paul's going to come out once it's locked in.
He wants the agreement locked in before he speaks.
Can you note the absence of a quorum, please?
Mr. President, I note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
Mr. President,
Senator from Arkansas.
I ask consent to end the quorum call.
Is there objection?
I ask unanimous consent that there be up
Without
to
objection.
I ask unanimous consent that there be up to 20 minutes of debate under the control of Senator Paul for debate only.
At this time?
Yes.
Without objection. Senator from Kentucky.
President Trump has pledged to balance the budget. I want to help him. I want to help him with this task. But to balance the budget requires much less spending than this current bill entails. Our national debt now exceeds $36 trillion. That's 124% of the size of our economy. That should not be a surprise. We're adding $2 trillion every year to the debt, this year included. Critics of excessive federal spending have rightly argued that we should return spending to pre-pandemic levels. This is something I could support. The spending bill before us, though, spends $400 billion more than we were spending before the pandemic. Spending went through the roof during the pandemic, and it never came back down, and the deficits are out of control. In order for this bill to get back to pre-pandemic levels, it would have to be $400 billion less. That's something I could support. 3 months ago, when the current continuing resolution was passed at the end of last year, we were told that we just needed to clear the decks. President Trump was going to come in and the Republicans would be in charge, and then everything would be okay. Just wait. Pass it along in December. Come March, Republicans will be in charge and something will happen. And yet the bill before us doesn't change anything. The bill before us keeps the same Biden spending levels. We were told with relentless fury that we would fight for the taxpayers come spring, and we are given a bill that doesn't change. It doesn't change the course of accumulating $2 trillion in debt every year. The powers that be, I believe, waved the white flag of surrender when they presented the American people with this bill that fails to make the cuts that are necessary to slow down the accumulation of our debt. The malpractice is made even worse this time around. Presidents of both parties pay lip service to the idea that the national debt must be addressed. Despite tough talk, deficits and debt inevitably keep rising. We now have over $36 trillion in debt. Unlike past presidents, though, President Trump created the Department of Government Efficiency, affectionately known as DOGE, to identify wasteful programs and eliminate them. Despite DOGE working around the clock, identifying appalling waste of taxpayers' dollars, this bill continues to fund the same programs that are funding the waste and fraud that's been located. How can that be? If we've located the waste and fraud, why are we not telling them reduced foreign aid? If the foreign aid budget is full of all kinds of crazy left-wing advocacy and nonsense, reduce the amount of money you give him. This bill will give them the same amount of money they got last year. This bill allows foreign aid to continue. It doesn't incorporate any of the DOGE cuts. It doesn't cut waste. This bill embraces the waste. It allows the waste to continue. This bill doesn't respect the taxpayer. It continues to throw their money away. This bill continues the Biden levels of spending that caused historic inflation, that caused prices to rise, that caused people to be outraged to vote for a new president. Why in the world would we continue the same spending levels that led to the debt, that led to the inflation that is plaguing us? This malpractice is compounded by the fact that President Trump and DOGE made it easy for Congress to fix. They actually told us where the waste was and where the waste and abuse was, and told us how to root it out, how to remove it. The waste found by DOGE truly shocks the conscience. Taxpayers paid $25,000 for an LGBT trans opera in Colombia. They spent $2 million on sex changes in Guatemala. They spent $1.5 million advancing DEI initiatives in Serbia. They spent $6 million on tourism in Egypt. They spent $32,000 for a transgender comic book in Peru. Some of the USAID's programs have actually gone beyond woke absurdity into pouring money and support to people who are the enemies of the United States. The agency provided millions of dollars to EcoHealth, which funded the dangerous research in Wuhan, which in all likelihood created and caused the pandemic. From this account, also millions of dollars went to support agriculture in Afghanistan, including fertilizer for the poppy fields grown by the Taliban. And yet, even after all that DOGE has uncovered, and I commend them, Congress is still on the verge of passing a bill that fully funds foreign aid. Many in this chamber think it's wasteful to do all these things, and they say, well, why should we keep spending money on foreign aid that is paying for sex changes in Guatemala, and yet the funding levels in this bill stay the same? These are the same funding levels for the foreign aid that were occurring under the Biden administration. Let me say that again and clearly. This bill fully funds the outrageous foreign aid programs that Elon Musk and Doge have exposed. Something doesn't make sense here. While Congress seems slow to open its eyes to waste and abuse, Secretary Rubio has acted. He recently said that the United States is canceling 83% of the foreign aid contracts. I'm for that. And in fact, that's what my amendment will do. My amendment will take the contracts, the dollar amount of the contracts that President Trump and Secretary Rubio have canceled, and put them into language so they don't get funded. Why in the world would we not be for getting rid of the funding for the crazy programs we're trying to get rid of? Something doesn't make sense here. President Trump and his team identified the cuts that need to be made, but it is ultimately Congress, not the executive, that has the power of the purse. Congress has to act to make the cuts identified by the administration a reality. And on that score, the bill under consideration today is a disappointment. The bill is a disappointment to those who believe that congressional leadership should have used the 3 months since they came into office. Since Doge and Elon Musk have identified this waste, they should have used that waste and incorporated it into the spending bill. None of the Doge cuts, none of Elon Musk's suggestions have been incorporated into the spending bill. The spending bill continues spending at the Biden levels. The spending bill will be, when everybody wakes up and scratches their head and says, what happened here? The spending will lead to $2 trillion in debt. People will wake up and say, well, what about all those cuts? What happened? I thought we were cutting out waste and fraud. And come September, the deficit for the year will be $2 trillion because we're not actually cutting the spending. Congress has to do the heavy lifting. We owe the American people an answer to this question. Exactly how many Republican seats are required in Congress to achieve a majority that will actually fight to lower government spending? I don't think the taxpayers need to wait for that fight any longer. I'm not willing to say, oh, just wait, young man, wait for another day. We'll be fixing this in 6 months from now. It never comes. This is the story of this place. Wait till another day. Wait till the sun shines. We'll finally cut some spending. Never comes. Someone must make a stand and fight. To that end, I offer a Doge Cuts 1.0 amendment that would codify the cuts in foreign aid, reducing USAID's budget by 83% and aligning with Secretary Rubio's recent decision to eliminate thousands of these programs. So what I am doing is not inconsistent with the Trump administration. What I am doing is in support of the Trump administration. What I am doing is taking the preliminary cuts that Secretary Rubio has given to foreign aid and making them law. Why? Because the whole judiciary is opposing the president. They're telling him he can't fire people, he can't cut spending. He needs Congress to step up and do their job. He needs the people who support the president need to be supporting the president's cuts. They need to be supporting an amendment, Doge 1.0, that puts those cuts into law. I'm not even talking about codifying all of the cuts. I'm only taking a small sliver of them in foreign aid. This is the low-hanging fruit. This is the worst of the worst. This is $3 million for girl-centric climate change in Brazil. This is $4.8 million for social media influencers in Ukraine. This is hundreds of thousands of dollars spent sending Ukrainian fashion designers to the Paris fashion show. This is waste, utter and simple waste, and it ought to be cut. Why would people tell you publicly they're for it and then vote against it? It doesn't seem to make any sense. What my amendment does is put Doge's findings into action, eliminating much of the funding for an agency that spent its tax dollars on woke entertainment and advocacy. It sets in law the reductions that the Trump administration has made known to be necessary. I applaud Doge's work to uncover these many instances of abuse of taxpayer dollars, and it's now Congress's turn to make the cuts stick. If we do not adopt my amendment, then taxpayers will simply continue spending substantial amounts of money to defund components of the government rather than using savings to pay down our mounting debt. In other words, you might cut it and think it's cut one day, but what if the courts say you have to spend it somewhere else? It never comes back. The cuts are never real. The only way the cuts the administration are making will ever be real, will ever be counted, and will ever lessen the debt in the country is to vote in Congress. That's what this is about. It would be the height of hypocrisy for Congress to pay lip service to DOJ's exceptional work, support it on the superficial, and then vote against it when you have a chance to vote on it. Continuing to spend at this bill's level will add $2 trillion in debt. That is a fact. All the newspapers were reporting yesterday, it was all over the news, record-setting accumulation of debt. We've accumulated over $1 trillion and we're not halfway through the year. It's a record accumulation of debt. It only stops when people stand up and say enough is enough. The least we can do is make sure that it doesn't include the egregious spending that has come from the foreign aid, the craziness, the sex change operations in Guatemala, trans operas, trans comic books. All of these ludicrous things that no American supports will only go away, and will only go away with permanence if we vote for it. Before us is a chance to enact about $16 billion worth of DOJ's cuts in foreign aid. These cuts are only real in the long term if they're reflected in congressional action. If we continue to fund the federal government at the Biden administration levels, which is what this bill does, then the money from DOJ's hard-found savings will just be spent somewhere else. I urge all my colleagues who have praised DOJ's work to match their actions to their words and vote yes on this amendment. Thank you, and I yield back the remainder. Absence of a quorum.
Clerk call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
How about should I say 15? Mr. President, ask unanimous consent to vacate the quorum call.
Without objection.
Mr. President,
Senator Morgan.
Notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that Senator Wyden, Senator Sanders, and Senator Scott be recognized for up to 25 minutes, and that following the remarks, the Majority Leader be recognized.
Is there objection?
Mr. President, I come
without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. I come to the floor, my colleague from Vermont, Senator Sanders, to pass a set of critical improvements to Americans' health care system. This legislation is overwhelmingly bipartisan, fully paid for, and targeted at two objectives every senator ought to support: improving health care for Americans and cracking down on the middlemen who take advantage of the system. 597 days ago, the Senate Finance Committee passed the most comprehensive legislation in history to address the pharmacy benefit manager predatory business practices, and it was passed by a vote of 26-1. 493 days ago, the Senate Finance Committee passed another piece of health care legislation that improves mental health care for Americans with Medicaid, expands and strengthens telehealth, and more PBM policies by a vote, again, of 26-0. Since that time, negotiations about how to sign these policies into law have been fatally intertwined with the dysfunctional debate over congressional appropriations, as the public can see on full display this week. These policies are too important to leave behind due to an unrelated disagreement. Community pharmacists are counting on this legislation. Doctors who don't want to see a pay cut are counting on this legislation. Seniors and working families who want better care at a lower cost are counting on this legislation. So the time to act is now. In December, Democrats and Republicans struck a deal on this bill. I have the press release on my website to prove it. It was introduced in the House and set for passage. But along came Elon Musk and his now familiar wrecking ball. With one tweet, he killed the entire package for reasons that had nothing to do with the bill before the Senate today. Musk even had the gall to tweet, "What is a pharmacy benefit manager?" less than 2 weeks after he single-handedly killed the bill, Mr. President. While this unelected billionaire rifles through Americans' private information and earned benefits, claiming to be looking for waste, fraud, and abuse, he doesn't even know about the middlemen who skim billions off the federal government. Since Musk's tweeting adventure, 237 independent pharmacies have closed their doors. That's nearly 3 small businesses closing every day. Our bill includes critical protections that stop the giant PBMs from bullying even more local pharmacies into the abyss. Every day matters. That's why it's critical to act now. Now I'd like to yield to the ranking member of the Health, Education, Labor, and Pensions Committee, Senator Sanders, so he can explain the important pieces of this bill that are in his committee's jurisdiction that also need to pass as soon as possible. Senator Sanders.
Well, thank you very much.
Senator from Vermont.
Thank you. Let me thank Senator Wyden for his outstanding work as the former chairman of the Finance Committee and now as the ranking member. Mr. President, I got around Vermont a bit. I got around the country a bit. And generally speaking, when I talk to a group of people, I ask them a simple question. I say, what do you think about the healthcare system? Is it working well or is it broken? Is it dysfunctional? And overwhelmingly, the hands go up that the American healthcare system today is broken, it is dysfunctional, it is cruel. And what people understand is the function of the American healthcare system today is not to provide quality health care to all of our people, which in fact goes on in every other major country on earth. It is to make huge profits for the drug companies and the insurance companies. Mr. President, the current health care system is a system in which we spend twice as much per capita on health care as do the people of any other nation. Astronomical sum of money. And yet, despite all that money, 85 million Americans are uninsured or underinsured, and the cost of health care keeps going up every single year. 1 out of 4 Americans cannot afford the cost of the drugs that their doctors prescribe. And unbelievably, it is a system in which 60,000 Americans die each year because they can't get to a doctor on time. It is a system in which we don't have enough doctors, we don't have enough nurses, we don't have enough dentists, we don't have enough pharmacists. But the good news is the insurance companies and the drug companies are making huge profits. The current healthcare system is a system in which our life expectancy is lower than any other major country, and if you're working class in America, you're going to live 7 years shorter life than if you are wealthy. It is a system in which some 500,000 people go bankrupt each year because of medically related debt. It is a system where in large parts of our country, rural hospitals are being shut down and where people, even with decent insurance, have to travel hours in order to find a doctor. Mr. President, as Senator Wyden indicated, in December, after months and months of difficult negotiations, and I want to congratulate Senator Wyden, Senator Crapo, and all the people involved in those negotiations, we made some progress on this health care crisis by coming together on a bipartisan and bicameral agreement on a health care package. That legislation, while more modest than I would have wanted, would have provided $4.5 billion for community health centers this year and $4.6 billion next year, up 15% from a few years ago. Community health centers provide primary health care to 32 million Americans, working class, lower income people, do a phenomenal job, but they're under financial stress. That legislation would have provided $350 million a year over 2 years for the National Health Service Corps, so we can attract young people to go out and work, young doctors to work in underserved areas. And it would have provided $300 million a year for teaching health centers. It would have also lowered the outrageous price of prescription drugs by taking on the greed of pharmacy benefit managers. It was a bipartisan bill. And just before that bill was going to be passed, Elon Musk, the wealthiest man in the world, who does not have to worry about whether he and his friends can afford health care, he sent out a series of tweets, some of them outrageously dishonest, to kill this legislation, and he succeeded in doing so. So today, Mr. President, it is important that we take a step forward and undo the damage that Mr. Musk caused. And the legislation that we are proposing today would in fact begin to take us back where we were. It would increase funding for community health centers and do all of the other important work that Senator Wyden wanted. We have a health care crisis in America today. The CR that we're going to be voting on in a little while will make a bad situation worse. This is an opportunity to tell the American people that we are aware of the health care crisis. We are at least trying to do something. And I would yield back to Senator Wyden.
President, I just want to thank my colleague.
Senator Morgan.
Mr. President, just very briefly, I want to thank my colleague. We have been working, as we've indicated, for months and months because Americans, with respect to health care, feel like they're getting hit by a wrecking ball here in terms of the costs and inability to get quality care. So with that, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate Committee on Finance be discharged from further consideration of S. 891 and the Senate proceed to its immediate consideration, that the Wyden substitute amendment, which is at the desk, be considered and agreed to, the bill as amended be considered, read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there objection?
Mr. President,
Senator from Florida.
I object.
Objection is heard.
That's it? So here we have a health care
Senator from
crisis.
Vermont.
I would ask. We have a health care crisis, 85 million uninsured or underinsured, people dying because they can't afford health care. We pay the highest prices in the world for prescription drugs. We have reached a bipartisan conclusion to go forward in a modest way, but it would have some impact in improving health care in America, and my Republican colleague objects. That's about it. Well, I hope the American people are watching. Thank you, Mr. President.
Note the absence of a quorum.
The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsoo-Brooks. Mr. President.
Majority Leader.
Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent the quorum call be suspended.
Without objection.
And I ask unanimous consent that the cloture motion with respect to the motion to proceed to H.R. 1968 be withdrawn. The motion to proceed to H.R. 1968 be agreed to. Further, that if cloture is filed on H.R. 1968, the Senate immediately vote on the motion to invoke cloture. And if cloture is invoked, the only amendments in order to H.R. 1968 be the following. Merkley, number 1273, Duckworth, number 1274, Van Hollen, number 1272, and Paul, number 1266. That the Senate vote on adoption of the amendments in the order listed with 60 affirmative votes required for adoption, with the exception of the Paul amendment, that there be 2 minutes for debate, equally divided prior to each vote. Further, that upon disposition of the Paul amendment, all post-cloture time be expired. The bill be considered, read a third time, and the Senate vote on passage of the bill as amended, if amended, all without further intervening action or debate. Further, that following disposition of H.R. 1968, the Senate proceed to the immediate consideration of S. 1077, that there be up to 10 minutes for a debate on the bill equally divided between the two leaders or their designees, that upon the use or yielding back of time, the bill be considered, read a third time, the Senate vote on passage with no amendments or motions ordered the bill, and the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate. Finally, following disposition of S. 1077, and notwithstanding Rule 22, the Senate resume executive session and vote on the motion to invoke cloture on Phelan nomination, and if cloture is invoked on the Phelan nomination, all post-cloture time be expired, and the Senate immediately vote on the motion to invoke cloture on the Landau nomination, and if cloture is invoked on the Landau nomination, all post-cloture time be expired, and the Senate vote on confirmation of the nominations at a time to be determined by the Majority Leader in consultation with the Democratic Leader no earlier than Monday, March 24th.
Is there objection? Without objection.
Mr. President.
Under previous order, the clerk will report the bill.
Calendar number 26, H.R. 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and so forth and for other purposes.
The Democratic Leader.
Mr. President, before we finish today, I would like to say that soon the Senate will vote on a bipartisan piece of legislation that will make an important D.C. funding fix. This legislation will make sure that we take care of the residents of the district. It will support law enforcement and firefighters and teachers and city services. The legislation is very good news for the residents of the District of Columbia. I'm happy we're passing the bill today. I thank my colleagues for working quickly to bring this bill to the floor. Once the Senate acts, we urge the House to act quickly. Now, government funding expires at midnight tonight, and the votes before us is a Hobson choice. The CR bill is a bad bill. But as bad as the CR is, I believe that allowing Donald Trump to take even more power via a government shutdown is a far worse option. A shutdown would allow DOGE to shift into overdrive. It would give Donald Trump and DOGE the keys to the city, the state, and country. And that is a far worse alternative. Now, I want to remind everyone that it was Republicans who pushed this false shutdown choice. Their inability to govern has led us to this precipice. Our caucus members have two bad choices. Different senators will come down on different sides of the question, but that does not mean that any Senate Democrat supports a shutdown. Whatever the outcome, our caucus will be united in our determination to continue the long-term fight to stop Donald Trump's dangerous war on our democracy and on America's working families. And now I want to be clear about what this bill does and does not do. The full-year CR is a law that sets funding levels for the full year, and the President and executive branch have a legal and constitutional duty to faithfully execute the CR. The CR does not change the underlying law making the Trump administration's impoundments and mass firings illegal. This is true as a matter of law. Nothing in the CR changes the Impoundment Control Act, the foundation of Congress's appropriations authority, and the authorization laws that require USAID and other agencies to exist and to operate the programs Congress has assigned to them. Nothing changes Title V, governing the civil service, the Administrative Procedure Act, and so on. One of the reasons I'm voting for cloture is for the very reason that these actions are illegal and no new law is needed to declare that. I yield the floor.
Mr. President, I send a cloture motion to the desk for calendar number 26, H.R. 1968.
The clerk will report.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on calendar number 26, H.R. 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators as follows.
Mr. President, I ask consent the reading of the names be waived.
Without objection.
And I ask consent that the mandatory quorum call be waived.
Without objection.
Mr. President, for all the information of all senators, there will be up to 9 roll call votes. And I will ask unanimous consent that all votes following the first vote be 10 minutes in length, and that if senators will stay in their seats, we should be able to get them done even more quickly than that. So everybody be here after this first vote. These are going to be 10-minute votes.
Without objection. The clerk will report the motion to invoke cloture.
Cloture motion. We, the undersigned senators, in accordance with the provisions of Rule 22 of the Standing Rules of the Senate, do hereby move to bring to a close debate on calendar number 26, H.R. 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes, signed by 17 senators.
By unanimous consent, the mandatory quorum call has been waived. The question is it the sense of the Senate that debate on H.R. 1968, an act making further continuing appropriations and other extensions for the fiscal year ending September 30th, 2025, and for other purposes, shall be brought to a close? The yeas and the nays are mandatory under the rule. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks, Ms. Baldwin, Mr. Banks, Mr. Barrasso, Mr. Bennett, Mrs. Blackburn, Mr. Blumenthal, Ms. Blunt-Rochester, Mr. Booker, Mr. Bozeman, Mrs. Britt, Mr. Budd, Ms. Cantwell, Mrs. Capito, Mr. Cassidy, Ms. Collins. I got you. Thank you. Promise. Mr. Schumer, I did get you. Thank you. The Democratic leader. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Thank you. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego, Mrs. Gillibrand, Mr. Graham, Mr. Grassley, Mr. Haggerty, Ms. Hassan, Mr. Hawley, Mr. Heinrich, Mr. Hickenlooper, Ms. Hirono, Mr. Hoven, Mr. Husted, Mrs. Hyde-Smith, Mr. Johnson, Mr. Justice, Mr. Kane, Mr. Kelly, Mr. Kennedy, Mr. Kim, Mr. King, Ms. Klobuchar, Mr. Lankford, Mr. Lee, Mr. Lujan, Ms. Lummis, Mr. Markey, Mr. Marshall, Mr. McConnell, Mr. McCormick, Mr. Merkley, Mrs. Moody, Mr. Moran, Mr. Marino, Mr. Mullen, Ms. Murkowski, Mr. Murphy, Mrs. Murray, Mr. Ossoff, Mr. Padilla, Mr. Paul, Mr. Peters, Mr. Reed, Mr. Ricketts, Mr. Risch, Ms. Rosen, Mr. Rounds, Mr. Sanders, Mr. Schatz, Mr. Schiff, Mr. Schmidt, Mr. Schumer, Mr. Scott of Florida, Mr. Scott of South Carolina, Mrs. Shaheen, Mr. Sheehy, Ms. Slotkin, Ms. Smith, Mr. Sullivan, Mr. Thune, Mr. Tillis, Mr. Tuberville, Mr. Van Hollen, Mr. Warner, Mr. Warnock, Ms. Warren, Mr. Welch, Mr. Whitehouse, Mr. Wicker, Mr. Wyden, Mr. Young, Senators voting in the affirmative: Bozeman, Britt, Collins, Cornyn, Crapo, Durbin, Ernst, Graham, King, Lummis, Marshall, McCormick, Mullen, Ricketts, Schatz, Schumer, Sheehy, Thune, and Tillis. Senators voting in the negative: Cantwell, Duckworth, Heinrich, Hirono, Kane, Murray, Ossoff, and Paul. Ms. Cortez Masto, aye. Mrs. Fisher, aye. Mr. Schiff, no. Mr. Kelly, no. Mr. Cotton, aye. Mr. Padilla, no. Mrs. Blackburn, aye. Mr. Tuberville, aye. Mr. Cassidy, aye. Mr. Grassley, aye. Mr. Gallego, no. Mrs. Hyde-Smith, aye. Ms. Alsobrooks, no. Mr. Rounds, aye. Mr. Budd, aye. Mr. Justice, aye. Mr. Scott of Florida, aye. Mr. Marino, aye. Ms. Blunt-Rochester, no. Mr. Daines, aye. Mr. Hawley, aye. Mr. Sanders, no. Mr. Murphy, no. Mr. Kramer, aye. Mr. Lee, aye. Mr. Curtis, aye. Mr. Kim, no. Mr. Young, aye. Mr. Wyden, no. Mr. Hoven, aye. Mr. Husted, aye. Mr. Haggerty, aye. Mr. Risch, aye. Thank you. Mr. Johnson, aye. Mrs. Capito, aye. Mr. Whitehouse, no. Ms. Hassan, aye. Mr. Fetterman, aye. Mr. Moran, aye. Ms. Baldwin, no. Mr. Reed, no. Mr. Hickenlooper, no. Ms. Murkowski, aye. Ms. Smith, no. Mr. Warner, no. Mr. Peters, aye. Mr. Langford, aye. Mr. Lujan, no. Mr. Welch, no. Mrs. Moody, aye. Mr. Markey, no. Ms. Klobuchar? No. Mr. Barrasso, aye. Mrs. Gillibrand, aye. Mr. Booker, no. Mr. McConnell, aye. Mr. Wicker, aye. Ms. Rosen, no. Mrs. Shaheen, aye. Mr. Scott of South Carolina, aye. Mr. Banks, aye. Mr. Cruz, aye. Mr. Young. Mr. Bennett, no. Mr. Sullivan, aye. Ms. Slotkin, no. Mr. Warnock, no. Mr. Schmidt, aye. Ms. Warren, no. Mr. Van Hollen, no. Mr. Coons, no. Mr. Merkley, no. Okay. Mr. Blumenthal, no.
On this vote, the yeas are 62, the nays are 38. 3/5 of the senators duly chosen and sworn have voted in the affirmative. The motion is agreed to.
Mr. President, we've already locked in 10-minute
Majority Leader.
We've already locked in 10-minute votes for the balance of the number of votes, but if people stay here in their seats, we can execute that a lot more quickly.
Senator from Oregon.
Mr. President, I call my amendment 1273 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
Senator from Oregon, Mr. Merkley proposes an amendment number 1273.
There will now be 2 minutes of debate equally divided.
Colleagues, let me keep this very simple. We provided a lot of funding in the Inflation Reduction Act so that those who have very sophisticated finances and very powerful advisors that try to avoid ever paying their taxes don't get away with it, because it's a fundamental fairness all across America. Ordinary working people have the money taken out of their paychecks every week. Just because people have enormous paychecks and fancy consultants shouldn't be that they get licensed to cheat. And all of that money went to make sure that those upper income folks knew that somebody might be taking a look at their finances. If this amendment fails, it will increase the deficit by $46 billion. So I hope all of you who are fiscally responsible and care about fundamental fairness to workers across America will vote for this amendment.
Senator from Idaho.
Mr. President, this isn't about saving $46 billion. It's about spending $46 billion. It's about saving $20 billion. The Democrats' partisan, supersized IRS funding is something we've been battling over for a couple of years now. It's a textbook example of the type of out-of-control spending that President Trump and Republicans have rightly opposed. Rather than working together to help the IRS solve its massive taxpayer service and IT shortcomings, the misnamed Inflation Reduction Act went to fund untargeted and heavily handed enforcement improvement. As I mentioned at the time, the last thing hardworking Americans need is an IRS funding bloat that disproportionately hurts them. I urge my colleagues to vote against this amendment to provide the IRS nearly 2 times its entire annual budget in unaccountable enforcement dollars.
For a sufficient second? There appears to be. Clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Alsobrooks. Ms. Baldwin. Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. No. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. Mr. Johnson. Mr. Justice. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Langford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall. Mr. McConnell. Mr. McCormick.
No.
Mr. Merkley. Mrs. Moody. Mr. Moran. Mr. Moreno. Mr. Mullen. Ms. Markowski. Mr. Murphy. Mrs. Murray. Mr. Ossoff. Mr. Padilla. Mr. Paul. Mr. Peters. Mr. Reed. Mr. Ricketts. Mr. Resch. Ms. Rosen. Mr. Rounds. Mr. Sanders. Mr. Schatz. Mr. Schiff. Mr. Schmidt. Mr. Schumer. Mr. Scott of Florida. Mr. Scott of South Carolina. Mrs. Shaheen. Mr. Sheehy. Ms. Slotkin. Ms. Smith. Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Thune. Mr. Tillis. Mr. Tuberville. Mr. Van Hollen. Mr. Warner. Mr. Warnock. Ms. Warren. Mr. Welch. Mr. Whitehouse. Mr. Wicker. Mr. Wyden. Mr. Young. Senators voting in the affirmative. Senators voting in the affirmative. Also Brooks, Bennett, Blumenthal, Blunt-Rochester, Booker, Cantwell, Coons, Duckworth, Durbin, Fetterman, Hassan, Heinrich, Hickenlooper, Hirono, Kelly, Kim, King, Klobuchar, Lujan, Markey, Merkley, Murphy, Murray, Padilla, Peters, Rosen, Sanders, Schatz, Schiff, Shaheen, Smith, Van Hollen, Warnock, Warren, Welch, Whitehouse. Senators voting in the negative. Banks, Barrasso, Blackburn, Bozeman, Britt, Budd, Capito, Cassidy, Collins, Cornyn, Cotton, Kramer, Crapo, Cruz, Curtis, Daines, Ernst, Fisher, Graham, Grassley, Haggerty, Hawley, Husted, Hyde-Smith, Johnson, Justice, Kennedy, Langford, Lee, Marshall, McConnell, McCormick, Moody, Moran, Moreno, Mullen, Murkowski, Hall, Ricketts, Risch, Rounds, Schmidt, Scott of Florida, Scott of South Carolina, Sheehy, Sullivan, Thune, Tillis, Tuberville, Wicker, Young. Ms. Lummis. Ms. Lummis, no. Mr. Reed, aye. Mr. Wyden, aye. Mr. Warner? Aye. Mr. Gallego? Aye. Mr. Kane? Aye. Ms. Cortez Masto? Aye. Mr. Ossoff? Aye. Mrs. Gillibrand? Aye. Ms. Slotkin? Aye. Mr. Schumer? Aye. Mr. Hoven? No. Ms. Baldwin? Aye.
On this vote, the yeas are 47, the nays are 53. Under the previous order requiring 60 votes for the adoption of this amendment, the amendment is not agreed to. Order. Senator from Illinois.
Mr. President, I call up my amendment 1274 and ask that it be reported by number.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Illinois, Ms. Duckworth, proposes an amendment number 1274.
Mr. President.
There will now be 2 minutes of debate, equally divided.
Mr. President, what Trump and Musk have done to our veterans in just 8 weeks since Trump has been back in office amounts to a total betrayal. He's already fired more veterans than any other president in modern history, 6,000 and counting, for no apparent reason, forcing the bravest people you or I could ever meet to have to worry about how they're going to put food on their family's table next week or keep a roof over their heads next month. These are folks who did 1, 2, 6, 7 tours, then came home and chose to continue serving their nation by joining federal service. These are heroes who deserve our utmost gratitude. Instead, Trump and Musk are giving them the middle finger. Cadet Bonesbergs may like to wrap himself in the flag with one hand, but with the other, he's signing off on the orders that sell out our veterans to line billionaires' pockets, and our warriors deserve better. That is one reason why I'm urging my colleagues to vote yes on my Protect Veterans Jobs Act, a simple amendment that would reinstate every veteran who's been fired because of Trump and Musk betrayal. If Republicans actually care about our veterans like they claim to on Fox News,
the senator's time has
then they will
expired.
vote yes on this bill and help give our veterans their jobs back. Otherwise, they're making it clear that they would rather bow down at the altar of
senator's
Donald
time has
Trump
expired.
than stand up for our heroes.
Senator from Montana.
Mr. President, where was the Democrat outrage when 8,000 active duty reserve troops were unceremoniously and with no due process fired out of the military without benefits? Where was the outrage when thousands of first responders, police officers, firefighters, nurses, and doctors lost their employment because they had COVID vaccine hesitancy? There was no outrage. There was no call to betrayal under President Biden when all that happened. The truth is this bill is pro-veteran. It adds $6 billion to our veteran spending. It has the largest pay increase for our war fighters in a generation. This is a pro-veteran bill. Let's stop using veterans as political pawns and keep the government funded. I yield.
Order. The question is on the amendment. Is there a second? There is. The clerk will call the roll.
Ms. Also Brooks.
No worries.
Ms. Baldwin.
This vote.
Mr. Banks. Mr. Barrasso. Mr. Bennett. Mrs. Blackburn. Mr. Blumenthal. Thank you. Gotcha. Ms. Blunt-Rochester. Mr. Booker. Mr. Bozeman. Mrs. Britt. Mr. Budd. Ms. Cantwell. Mrs. Capito. Mr. Cassidy. Ms. Collins. Mr. Coons. Mr. Cornyn. Ms. Cortez Masto. Mr. Cotton. Mr. Kramer. Mr. Crapo. Mr. Cruz. Mr. Curtis. Mr. Daines. Ms. Duckworth. Mr. Durbin. Ms. Ernst. Mr. Fetterman. Mrs. Fisher. Mr. Gallego. Mrs. Gillibrand. Mr. Graham. Mr. Grassley. Mr. Haggerty. Ms. Hassan. Mr. Hawley. Mr. Heinrich. Mr. Hickenlooper. Ms. Hirono. Senator. Mr. Hoven. Mr. Husted. No. Mrs. Hyde-Smith. No. Mr. Johnson. No. Mr. Justice. No. Mr. Kane. Mr. Kelly. Mr. Kennedy. No. Mr. Kim. Mr. King. Ms. Klobuchar. Mr. Lankford. Mr. Lee. Mr. Lujan. Ms. Lummis. Mr. Markey. Mr. Marshall.